So good morning. Welcome to Division One of the Finance Committee. First, we have House Bill 1178. We did have a work session on this back on the 6th of March. And I see Representative Cahill here. I believe there's an amendment that's being offered by Representative McGuire and Grassi, Amendment 1020H. And either Representative McGuire.
I'm not sure, did Representative Grassi work with me on this? I don't think so.
It says,
At the last workshop, we did.
Okay.
That's why both our names are on it. We agreed that this is the wording that we would put on it.
Oh,
If I'm
okay.
not mistaken.
Mr. Chairman, if
Yes.
you would, I have yet another amendment
Yeah.
Yeah.
in the works right now, waiting for the OLS blessing and but that would combine this text with yet another tweak to make someone else happy. So if we wanted to say the Pledge of Allegiance real slow, before we get going here, maybe the email will arrive, but I can describe for you what it does in addition to this.
first, before you move forward, I guess a question for Representative
Maybe
McGuire
I'm
and
thinking-
Grassi.
I'm thinking of a different amendment. Do we have another one, right?
So per the email discussion, I have copies of Representative Infantine's, Infantine's.
That's a different amendment. Okay,
Yeah.
that's why I'm confused. Okay. So Representative Infantine asked for a different amendment, which he told me he would be here to talk about, but he's not. So I don't know what to do.
And this is on 1178?
Yes.
Okay.
Has anybody received that in emails though? Because we did, I know I saw it in the email.
But I don't think, no, I didn't send it.
Okay.
I have it.
But she has.
You want to hand it out, please, Melissa? Thanks.
This is what he asked for last time. Now we passed.
Yeah, he did have a comment from the University of New Hampshire. We have a very extensive benefits program. And so I think what Representative Cahill and I have communicated, I can go on to basically cap the amount of burn time that could be paid off.
So before we go any further, I fail to recognize Representative Baroudi, who will be subbing for Representative Hewitt. For those of you that don't know, Benny served on finance for a while, and he was my vice chair when I served as chair a while ago. So know Ben well, and don't tell any good stories, Representative Baroudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to say that we have granted Representative, he told me this morning, I wish you were back on finance. So here I am, Ken.
I just had to go see the speaker, so probably that's more.
Okay. All right, so, all right. Do we have an amendment for us, Representative?
That's the one that was just handed out.
Okay,
Is this the one we were waiting for?
yeah.
So maybe Infantine can go first.
Okay,
because
so let
Cahill-
me see.
Yeah.
now.
He's
First of
ready
all,
and Cahill's not.
That was my plan.
Okay.
I have the amendment in here. Let me
Yeah,
just
well,
get-
we'll let the representative from Manchester go first, just so,
okay.
since we don't have a draft of your amendment, and
Okay. Mr. Infantino,
Representative
go ahead,
Infant.
take a seat here.
You're welcome to come forward, and once you get there, just state your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Will Infantine from Hillsborough 16 in Manchester, and I'm the chairman of the Labor Committee, and I have been on the Labor Committee for the last 16 years. You know, it's really something to say about institutional knowledge. Over the years of being on the committee, you realize what is things that the Labor Committee should be doing and things they shouldn't be doing. there's a myriad of different businesses out there, and we think of them the most simple. Someone that works at a gas station, a real estate agent, a doctor, a nurse, you know, all these different things. But there's all kinds of goofy jobs out there that you don't really think about. And because those jobs are tailored to sometimes the environment, sometimes our seasons, businesses have to come up with their own ideas as to how to deal with that. Right now in the North Country right now, the snow's going away. It's mud season. Some people have to get laid off for a certain period of time until it's time for the spring and the summer activities. There's a company in Manchester that makes chocolate, and they close down every June to retool their entire factory. Paving companies make decisions during the year to withhold some of their wages from their employees. The employees in agreement. So when they're off in 2 or 3 months, they don't necessarily have to get unemployment, which, as we all know, doesn't pay 35 or 40% of your lost income. So businesses have to make these changes that affect, you know, what their business model is. I let all my employees off at 1 o'clock on Fridays because we don't get any phone calls. One person stays behind and everyone gets a nice long weekend. These are just decisions that businesses make. So we're very careful when we try to make law that it doesn't affect this narrow band of what you think is a standard business, because there's all kinds of things out there that, you know, on a daily basis, you don't really realize what other businesses are doing. So we like to let the employer make some decisions within reason, obviously, for safety and other things. So when we make these decisions, are we pigeonholing a company into something? Are we making them do what the legislature wants versus what's tailored for their business? This bill has come in front of the committee 6 or 8 times in the last 8 or 9 years. And every time I try to work with the sponsor, who I respect for continuing to push the way he does, to try to get something passed. There are 2 circumstances which we have heard that I feel is something that is fair to both the employer and the employee. And that has to do with when a business closes. Well, there's no other way to get some of those extra benefits. That they have accrued time. So there should be a mechanism there. How about, secondly, when a business is sold to another business, and that business that's purchasing them does not accept that earned time. Those are 2 things the sponsor of the bill and I agree on. Those are circumstances that are unique enough that I feel that it's okay for the legislature to make some decisions. But the way the current bill is drafted, I have a couple problems with it. Number one, I think it preempts union contracts. I think it preempts people's procedures manual. And I don't think we should be doing that. So I've tried to come up with an amendment that hits those 2 items. Doesn't deal with the unemployed, people that for some reason the company says we have to have a layoff and you don't know whether you're going to come back on or not. By and large, people do bring them back, but there's all kinds of things that anyone would ever think in this room that COVID was going to happen. Or, you know, so things happen. So I'm trying my amendment tries to take the items that I feel are the most important. Those 2 we mentioned. The only other change I made, and not this is arbitrary, I tried to split the difference here between people who wanted employers no more than 15 or 15 employers or less. Other people wanted 25. I split the difference in 20. I understand there are other things in New Hampshire law that 15 is consistent. I really don't care either way. But the real problem I have is when making some arbitrary comments like, well, when there's no reasonable expectation that you might be reemployed. I mean, that when you're sitting here, say you're all hearing officers for the Department of Labor, how do you adjudicate that kind of language? And we try to be very specific in the Labor Committee, as Representative Brody knows full well for his many years on the committee. Try to make it so you don't have such an arbitrary thing for Department of Labor hearing officers to try to have to figure out. So that is my stance. on this bill and the things that I feel that it would be appropriate for the legislature to come down and say that this is appropriate and this is fair. Another thing I've learned over my years of sitting here in the legislature is I do not like to pass legislation for the sake of passing legislation in New Hampshire on the House when I know full well it probably has no chance. I know we don't have to worry about the other side of the wall and all that stuff, but so I don't want to pass anything that's not going to have a chance of becoming law. It's kind of a waste of everyone's time.
Did you take questions?
Yes, I'm happy to.
Representative McGuire, followed by Representative Cambrels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for coming. We've talked, you mentioned to me previously about seasonal employment. How does this affect that? Is that a problem with the current bill?
I believe the current bill does have a problem with seasonal employment because of that whole, that concept of reasonable expectation of when you'll be brought back. We're going to have, hey, ice out. We just broke the record by 1 day. Okay. I've already, I know people are already, hey, let's get the boat ready. Now let's get things moving. Skis are away. Let's start doing the things that we want to do. You never know from any year what's going to happen. The asphalt plants are going to be open earlier this year. A light mud season, construction is going to start earlier. So you never know any given time. And what happens if it takes 6 weeks versus 4 weeks to retool that chocolate factory in Manchester, and people are out for a little longer than expected. So, because of our seasonality, because of our weather, obviously, you never know as an employer. And I think this pigeonholes it a little bit. Sorry.
Representative Cambrels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for that clear, concise presentation. I have been one who has opposed this bill for the past several years, but I can tell you that I agree with everything you said and that I can support this amendment. So thank you.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? I do have one. Often we get criticized here in finance because we're a policy committee with a little p versus the policy committee that you chair. And just want to caution everybody that all these bills coming in, these amendments have nothing to do with finance of the state coffers. Like this amendment here is a policy change. So again, just a reminder, this bill did go before the House, came out of the committee as a 10-10 split, I believe.
Correct.
And then there was a voice vote in the House to support an amendment, which did pass, and there was a voice vote to pass it back, I think, on February 22nd. So
I agree with you. The way I was always taught, when it comes to finance, it's about financial and it's not policy. So that's why I was reticent to kind of bring this in. From a finance standpoint, if this affects the state and the municipal, and you have that paragraph in there about reasonable assumption, you could possibly have people who work for the any municipality that may be laid off for any certain period of time that could utilize that clause and try to get whatever unused earned time or whatever they have. And of course, as you know, state and municipalities, when they pay out workers' compensation, they must reimburse unemployment securities. So there is potential cost there.
are there any further questions? Yep, Melissa, please.
I just wanted to make a little bit of a clarifying statement that this RSA does not pertain to state or municipal employees. They are exempt from this RSA.
Well, thank you.
It does impact the university system, though.
That was not my understanding, but thank you.
I have heard from employers of the state that are quite concerned that the state has removed themselves, and yet the state is pushing legislation that will affect businesses, and the state doesn't follow their own advice. So just that's out there.
That is a common theme in the committee as well, Labor Committee as well. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for the representative from Manchester? Seeing Representative Baruti, you have a question? I see you reaching for the mic.
Not really, but I think if the state of New Hampshire sells the business that the new state should take it over anyway. I can't see them selling out.
Thank you.
All right, we do have an amendment on the floor. Is anyone interested in moving it along, or?
Yeah, I would move,
1047.
H, but should we hear from Representative Cahill first?
I thought there was an agreement, but Representative Representative
I don't think
Cahill,
he likes this.
you don't like this amendment?
I do not.
Okay, could you please come forward then? We'll hold off on the amendment. I
Thank you.
misunderstood. I thought there was kind of an agreement among the parties on this, but apparently not.
No. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michael Cahill, representing Rockingham 10, the communities of Newfields and Newmarket. And yet another amendment, hot off the press, still warm. As you may recall, we did have an issue that we discovered after passing the House, that the issue trying to accommodate the seasonal employers was a little bit too open, where we forgot to put in the language that it was a layoff. And so that's been addressed here. But combined with that, we have put in a cap of 30 days for the amount of time that would be reimbursed. And that is because, as Representative Grassi alluded to earlier, University of New Hampshire has an extremely generous package, or a program that they use when someone is laid off. And we certainly don't want to harm people who are already being well taken care of by minimizing that. But what we're trying to do is take care of the people who, with this rather broad brush of we don't pay upon termination, we don't pay vacation time, that's a rather broad brush that impacts people who can least afford it. And that's why I object to the amendment from the gentleman, chairman of my committee, with whom I've worked on this issue for many years, because his amendment removes people who are laid off, which I think is the more likely of the circumstances that could occur. Yes, a business is sometimes sold and a business sometimes is closed, but a layoff is something that may happen a few times during the course of a business. It could happen, and when the person is laid off, they do go in and file a claim for unemployment. And if they've been paid their vacation time that they earned, then the claim will be delayed, protecting the unemployment trust fund, and giving them really what they've earned, what they're entitled to, what they were offered and what they've acquired, accrued or not, during the course of their employment. And again, this as well as the other circumstances is at no fault of the employee, and they should not lose what they've earned because some things are slow at the business or whatever's happening. So that is why I'm hoping that you will pass this amendment, 2024-1256H, which combines both of the fixes that this bill needs to once again pass the House, and I believe perhaps pass the Senate, as there's no longer the language that allows for someone to be paid because they have given proper notice and worked their notice and leaving on good terms. That was removed. That was an impediment for some. And Mr. Juve is here for the Business and Industry Association. I also have a good neutral from the Municipal Association, and I believe USNH will be happy that I've added this 30-day cap. That was their remaining objection. So it's been altered to accommodate as many people as possible. And again, the number of people, as I provided to you with information from the economists at the Employment Security, that basically 84% of the employers in New Hampshire will not be affected by this. Because that number 15, which I showed you, has several different similar triggers, similar events. Raising it to 20, maybe that'll only cover 82%. I don't know, but I think the 15 is a good number. It was provided to me by the former Deputy Commissioner of Labor for those reasons, because it was not a new number for employers to deal with. The small companies, under 15 employees are exempt. And it is now clarified because if the business closed, change ownership, or a layoff with no reasonable assurance. Now, I know that my good friend, Mr. Infantine, was struggling with this thing about seasonality, and we talk about reasonable. You know, is ice out a factor in your returning to work? Well, okay, ice out has happened. I'm sure the employee isn't going to demand all their back pay or their vacation because they're going to be working a week later or a week early. You know, people are reasonable, and I think that takes care of the concern with the paving, as you don't know when spring is here today, but it might not be here tomorrow because we're in New Hampshire. But, you know, people are reasonable. If you're going back to a job because you know and you intend to go back, the employer intends to hire you, you're not going to make a fuss because something was off a little bit. And I also want to tell you that if you do file a claim with employment with the Department of Labor, the claimant has the burden of proof. You have to prove that that the policy or the practice was or the law was not followed. It's not an easy task. You have to have records. You have to have everything in order. And where someone is laid off, they haven't been collecting all these records, perhaps, you know. But a layoff as it is should be enough to guarantee that you'll receive whatever time you had coming to you that you worked to earn, with the understanding that that was part of your package, part of your employment. You get this wage, you get this much vacation, whatever they're calling it. And we've excluded the sick days because I never intended for sick days to be reimbursed because we hope you don't get sick. But the employers do want you to take the vacation, to use the time to be refreshed, be productive, and it's offered as something to retain workers. It's not intended, I don't think, as something that I can hold on to in case the person leaves and I've got this much more money than I would have had if I have actually paid them what I was supposed to pay them. If you have a business like this, I think you have a small business indeed. But so I urge you to pass this amendment, and we'll go back to the floor. Or in the alternative, I'll bring it as a floor amendment. And I think the votes are there because we hear a lot about, you know, workforce and workforce. Not many workforce people in the legislature, but people of a working class have either seen this happen or they've seen it not happen, and they know that this is the right thing to do. So I think either way, it will pass on the floor. I'd rather have it come out of this committee amended than do that, and that's what I'm asking you to do today.
Are there any questions for Representative Cahill? And again, just reminding the committee, when we took up this bill, we heard there was going to be one simple amendment, but we now have 3 amendments. So those of you that have come for other meetings or hearings, I apologize for the delay. Representative McGuire.
Yeah, I'll just state, and I would hope that Representative Grassi would agree that this latest amendment from Representative Cahill is an improvement over the one we created for Representative Cahill. So we can ignore the one that has my name on it, I think.
Right. Yeah, this is the combination, so all good.
Okay.
That's changed. We're actually getting rid of the amendments.
Yeah, good. Okay.
See?
So that means I may not have to speak on this thing. So, all right. Let me ask a question. So technically, what does the word layoff apply if somebody's, say, like a ski instructor and the ski season ends and maybe they would come back to work next year as a ski instructor and maybe not, who knows? Is that a layoff or is that something else?
I'm not sure if ski instructors get vacation time, as it is a seasonal thing. And I know there's something strange in the law, an exception for people working at ski resorts.
Oh, okay.
I can't put my finger on it right now, but there's something there about ski resorts.
Mhm.
Mr.
I used
do
to
you
be a
recall that,
ski instructor
RSA?
myself, so I can probably answer the question.
And bus drivers, school bus drivers and ski instructors.
Well, I used to teach skiing at Temple Mountain before they closed in Peterborough Temple. And we used to be able to ski anywhere in the country for free. That was one of our benefits, but we did not get any layoff or
Right.
vacation time.
And I think, Mr. Chairman, as you've been here longer than I, you may recall a time when representatives could ski in New Hampshire for free, at least at the state-owned places.
we changed that.
All right, so maybe skiing is somehow special. So let me try something else. You work at an ice cream stand, right? And it's the end of summer and the ice cream stand closes for the winter, right? Is that a layoff or is that something else?
Well, if you have the okay, I guess it's a layoff or it's just closed for the season. And you can say the business closes. I don't think people working at ice cream stands are getting vacation time. But if they did, I bet that employer would pay them because they went through the trouble of offering that vacation time, so they don't all be scooping and not looking for people to do that. So
I mean, maybe the manager gets something, I don't know.
the manager may get, or maybe he goes to another operation in the warmer climate and scoops ice cream there,
All right.
or becomes a ski instructor. I don't know.
Representative Grassi, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, certainly. And I think that what you're looking at, and some of these seasonal businesses, a lot of places, they don't have vacation time because you're on your vacation time when the season ends. And so this only deals with accrued time. And this is something that I personally experienced when COVID hit. It hit in March. My business, the business that I worked for, shut down. The first year you worked for the company, you got no vacation time. Your vacation time accrued in January. So on January 1st, you got your first week or your 2 weeks or your 3 weeks, which I happened to have been at that time. And those people that took their vacations between January and March 15th got their vacation time. Those people who didn't, which I was one, had 3 weeks vacation, was planning on taking it in August, got nothing. Didn't get a check for the vacation time, which was accrued that I had worked the whole previous year to get, got nothing. So that's what this bill is attempting to address. That those people who work, the accrued vacation time would be in your policy. Most seasonal businesses don't have that. So this addresses accrued vacation time that's offered by businesses. If the businesses don't offer vacation time, then there's nothing there to pay out.
Yes, Representative Cahill, quickly, please, because I'd like to recognize a gentleman from the BIA there.
Oh, I recognize him too. I think I'm glad to see him here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, I just wanted to clarify, you're just looking at the amendment, but the bill itself is only to employers of 15 or more who offer vacation paid time off. So if you have 20 employees and you don't offer vacation, you might find it harder to keep people, but at least you don't have to pay their vacation. So the bill is really finely tuned with, I think, everything I can think of at the present time to please various entities. And I ask you to pass the amendment and the bill. I make way for Mr. Dubay.
Thank you for your testimony. And if you could please state your name for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Dave Jouvet. I'm Senior Vice President for Public Policy with the BIA. I fear my comments may further confuse the committee, but BIA's preference, frankly, would be that you don't do anything, that you don't pass this legislation. We were neutral on Representative Cahill's proposal because in the spirit of kindness and fairness, we wanted to try to find some middle ground for those employees who, through no fault of their own, had accrued time that they never had the opportunity to use. We didn't support the bill, but we didn't oppose it. We do recognize it creates some questions and will likely create some disputes. And part of the reason for all the amendments is to try and nail down the language in such a way that it'll reduce the disputes. In terms of Representative Infantine's bill, I think that would be closer to what the BIA would have ultimately wanted, which is nothing at all. It certainly takes away the question about layoffs and will only affect those businesses that either permanently close or are sold to a new owner and the owner won't recognize the accrued time. So from that sense, I would say that's the better of the two amendments, but it's only from our perspective, which is we would have preferred not to see any legislation at all. Happy to answer any questions.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming. So what would you say to Representative Grassi's personal circumstance? What happened to him when he was laid off?
Well, I think that illustrates part of what could be the confusion that will result from the legislation. And again, we're neutral on Representative Cahill's proposal. For example, many businesses, including the one that I work for, was shut down by executive order during the early days of COVID. We continued to get paid because in my case, I was able to work remotely, and other employees from other businesses around the state got paid because of the payroll protection program. And if they didn't get that, for example, my wife didn't get it. She was employed, but she was able to file for unemployment and was able to receive essentially the full amount of her salary because of the federal additions to the unemployment benefit. In many cases, those businesses that were shut down opened up again once they were allowed to, and all those individuals who were employed again. So again, the question is, if they were laid off, was that for with a reasonable expectation that they wouldn't be reemployed? And I would suspect most of the businesses where that happened, they were assuring their employees that once we're able to open again, we'll want you to come back for work. But I think everyone recognizes there's a little bit of grayness to that. We all have different concepts of what reasonable is, but in fairness to Representative Cahill, we did think there was some fairness to try to deal with employees who were laid off permanently and never had the opportunity to use their accrued time.
So just so I'm clear, the bill that came out and was amended by the House back in February, you're okay with that, but you.
Oh,
that-
no.
Not at okay with
No,
that at all?
we were absolutely not okay with
Okay.
that. We think the amendment, the floor amendment that passed in the House opened up the door so that any individual whose employment was terminated for any reason would be required to receive the accrued but unused time. I don't think that was the intent of the sponsor of the floor amendment, but that's what the wording of it did.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, at the end of the day, and I know we're not supposed to talk policy, but I believe, like even in the representative's case over here, when he took that job, he would have known what the policy was. And if he didn't get vacation, that would have simply been the company's policy. So again, I would prefer no bill, but if we must go forward, again, I can support Representative Infantine's bill, and that's where I'll stick.
Okay, we do have a hand waving back there. Again, I remind everyone, we're way behind schedule, no fault of anyone sitting out there, but.
All right.
Representative
I'll
McGuire.
move Infantine's amendment, 1047H.
Representative Grassi has a question.
Yeah, it's just a comment, because one of the things that was said is that when you get laid off, there's an intent to get hired again. The company that I worked for was closed down quite a while because of COVID. When they came back, they hired a number of employees back. Those employees all started off as new employees. They did not get any of the accrued time that they had held before. They did not get any of the other benefits that they had. They started off with 0 vacation time and everybody started off at the base. So their accrued time, which they had earned, was lost. And that's not fair.
All right, there.
I have a response to that.
No response.
Okay.
There is a motion on the floor. It was moved by Representative Cambrels and seconded by Representative McGuire.
The other way around, but anyway.
The clerk does have a quick question.
Yeah, I just wondered, under your circumstances then, Representative Grassi, do you not support the Infantine Amendment?
Certainly, because it takes layoffs out of the equation. And layoffs, I think, is the most important thing you have here when people are laid off. And it may go beyond a period of time. You know, if the place is maybe closed down for a year or 2 years, if they're hiring the employees back, if there's a reasonable expectation of getting rehired, I have no problem with it as long as your benefits are kept there so that you can get your benefits. But once they take that accrued time away from you that you've earned, that's a problem. And what happened is after 4 years, when they finally reopened, they basically said, we're not honoring any previous, we have new personnel policy, you all come in as new employees. So it wasn't really it was a layoff, but then it was a termination at some point, and because they didn't bring any of those employees back, they owed us the time. I would oppose the amendment.
Let me get my,
Well, she's getting set up. I'm going to mix up the voting a little bit. Representative Weiler will be going first from now on as the senior member of the Finance Committee. So I just think that's more appropriate that will change things up just a bit when,
and the chair better not forget.
yeah.
I mean,
That way the clerk,
I mean, the
yeah,
clerk.
the clerk won't
She doesn't
forget him
even know
anymore.
who she is at this point. 1047H, and the motion is ought to pass. Okay, Representative or Chair Weiler.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Ambrose.
Yes.
Clerk votes nay. Mr. Representative Rudy.
No.
Representative Grassi.
No,
No. All right, the infantine amendment passes, as you heard, 5-4. We will move to the next action, ought to pass as amended.
I'll move ought to pass as amended. With the understanding that Representative Infantine will give the speech.
just a comment, Mr. Chairman. I would oppose this. Basically, what it's done is gutted the bill. The bill is pretty much useless.
Yes, I heard Sweeney's name in there and McGuire, is that correct?
Me.
Yeah,
Say who would
McGuire and
McGuire.
Sweeney.
I'm sorry to ask you guys, who moved the amendment?
I did. I moved the amendment.
McGuire and
Joe, second.
so we're voting, ought to pass as amended on 1178. Chair Weiler.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Yes.
Representative,
Yes.
Representative Campbell.
Yes.
Clerk votes nay. Representative Rudy.
No.
Representative Grassi.
No,
Representative
No. So we do still have an amendment that was offered by Representative Grassi. Do you still wish to act on that? Well, it's been submitted. The bill could be amended again if you wish to move your motion, or we can just let it, you can withdraw. It's up to you.
May I?
Are we open to further amendment?
Always are if there's an amendment that's offered.
I mean, the thing is what I suspect is this is going to go down 5-4, and 4-5.
Yeah.
So what I would do is I would just bring this as a minority report with this amendment on the floor.
Okay, that's fine.
And the minority amendment can be in the calendar. Right, yeah, yeah.
All right, that concludes our action on 1178. This will be before the full committee, I believe, next week, right, Mr. Chairman?
I was just informed by the speaker. I said, getting ready for Thursday to have 16 finance. No, he says it'll probably be April 11th.
Oh.
Because second committee bills have it. And I said, well, that might work out. It's 40.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, he said, we can 2 days session. I think that's what we'll look at.
Okay, next we have House Bill 1666, relative to income reporting requirements for lobbyists. I see the Deputy Secretary of State here. I assume you're here for this. Now, do we have an amendment for this, Melissa, as well?
I believe you have a revised fiscal note, just the fiscal
Revised
note,
fiscal
no
note.
amendment to this bill.
All right, we do have a revised fiscal note on it. Yes, Representative Sweeney.
Sorry, tell you.
Oh, no,
I would move on to pass on HB 1666.
thank you. It's been moved and seconded by Representative Grassi. Once the clerk gets back, we'll move along. Thanks for doing that. Moving.
Say something.
If you want to say something.
Yeah, so this seems to be just a one-time cost for computers updates. So it's not, I think the bill as originally came out had more expense, but this is fairly minimal, so.
Thank you. So for the clerk, it was moved by Representative Sweeney, seconded by Representative Grassi to approve House Bill 1666. When you're ready. Yeah. I can tell your body language.
You and I are going to be on the same page. Well, you heard Ken yesterday with Representative Heath. You can join me anytime.
Chair Weiler,
Yeah.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Sweeney,
Yes.
Cambrels,
Yes.
clerk votes yes, Barudi,
Yes.
Grassi,
Yes.
Leishman.
Yes.
All right. 9-0.
All right, you can write another committee report. Thank you, Joe. All right, moving to 1577, relative to digital images of ballots. Aaron, you have anything to, on this one, or do we also have a, I don't see a new fiscal note. Melissa,
This hearing was just continued from last week. I believe Representative McGuire was hoping or may have worked with with Ms. Hennessy on this bill, but there's no amendments or revised fiscal. It's just a continuation of the hearing.
Representative McGuire.
So I do want to amend the bill, but I don't have the exact language ready. So this bill, the main fiscal financial problem with it is it requires an ongoing $100,000 plus for a new employee at the Secretary of State's office. And in particular, what it asks the Secretary of State to do is gather the memory cards from these voting machines, which are located in the municipalities, and then have an employee display what's on the cards to interested parties, and that's partially what the employee is for. So what I have in mind for an amendment is to leave the memory cards with the municipalities and allow them to sell copies of those cards to any interested parties for their costs of making the duplicated cards. So and just let it go at that, and the interested parties can then access the information on their own time with their own computer equipment and so on. It does. Now, the Secretary of State, I think, might argue, and did last time, that they're not in favor of. Well, maybe I shouldn't, but maybe you should explain. But they don't like the idea necessarily of making the pictures of the ballots just open, right? So that they're easily identifiable and so on. To me, I think we're in this age where everything should be open, and whatever downside there is to doing that is very minor compared to the upside of having open and transparent elections and so on. Now, the bill itself does not allow full auditing of elections because there are always hand-counted ballots, and so the hand-counted ballots are not on the memory cards, but that wasn't the sponsor's intention, as I understand it. So that's my thought, is take the money out of the bill by just saying to towns, look, if somebody wants a copy of the memory card, you need to copy it and give it to them, and you can charge them for that service. So.
Aaron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. I've been working with Representative McGuire on some questions he had about the different memory cards of the two new devices that the ballot law conditionally certified. One is actually received the conditions to be used, met the conditions to be used in New Hampshire elections. The other has not yet, but is working towards that. One of the devices has a off-the-shelf USB memory card that would be able to be, the images would be able to be viewed per discussion with the vendor. If you, on your home computer, it just might take a little while to view each one. The other, I am working with the other vendor to figure out what would be needed in order to, number one, copy those memory cards, because they are not off-the-shelf memory cards, and I don't know if they are the type of memory card that someone could plug into a USB or a USC or a normal port that a normal person has with a computer. So I'm working to get follow-up answers on that, as well as cast vote record answers.
Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Aaron. If we would change this bill so that for full disclosure, you wouldn't deal with any company that had something special that couldn't be easily copied. How would that affect things? Obviously we want to have some familiarity and have everybody able to get things. You could mark the ballot, do not make any marks that can, identify the individual. So that if somebody makes some stupid mark that, oh, that's so-and-so, the town idiot that did that, and everybody would know. He always draws the same face on. But other than that, I think for full disclosure, we've had so much, in my mind, cheating on ballots that I would like full disclosure, and I would be tempted to put it in your amendment that no machine could be used that was too complicated to have the reader copy.
Is that a question? So I think you would have to change a lot more sections of the law and the process by which electronic ballot counting devices are approved by the Ballot Law Commission.
We can do that.
It is your legislative opportunity to do that.
Representative Grassi.
A question I have, you're saying these cards that they have are specific to the machines, right? They're proprietary. Is that correct?
Correct, for one of the vendors.
Okay. If they were not proprietary, would that open them up to possibly mischief?
Thank you for the question. So the coding of the election on the non-proprietary USB that is used for a specific election, if that coding were to be changed, then it would corrupt the data and the device would know that it was changed. So there's some fancy computer stuff going on in there that would not allow somebody to change the coding on that. You could still view the images of the ballots. You just can't change anything so that somebody couldn't try and tamper with an election.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, first of all, I want to point out that this bill only allows the information to be distributed after the final date for the election, so that it cannot affect the election. The election results are known and all that sort of stuff. It's only for afterward, correct?
I believe it's only for after the recount period.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's the end, right? So, yeah. Or is it not the end?
I always hope it's the end.
All right, fine. And then secondly, what I'm going to propose is, let's say some town buys the non-proprietary, public machine, right? The one with the proprietary memory card. Well, presumably they could still sell copies, but it'd be a lot more expensive because they would go to the company and say, make me a copy of this proprietary memory card. And so they would tell the person who wants to buy it, okay, I can do it for you, but I'm going to need $1,000 because that's what this company charges, right? And so if that's unacceptable to the election law committee or whatever, let them make those extensive changes saying such a machine can't be used, but I don't think we're ready to make those changes, right? So. Yes, response, yeah.
Thank you. I also wasn't asked this, but I do want to point out that the House election law did unanimously pass this week a post-election audit bill. So that puts back into law the post-election audits that were done previously in New Hampshire on our last general election. And we will be required to do those randomly selected on different devices across the state, starting if this bill passes the full House, starting in the September state primary, which would read all of the ballots that go through an electronic ballot counting device.
Thanks, Aaron. So a question for Representative McGuire. It's your intent to offer an amendment to remove the $100,000?
Yes.
Any Representative Ebel?
Welcome back. When you were here before, I'm trying to remember, you had privacy concerns with the bill. And I'm assuming even as proposed to be amended, your privacy concerns remain. You were concerned about accessible voting.
Thank you for the question. I do still have privacy concerns, and I always have. I am in favor of transparency in elections. I just have concerns if you do not have the full set of data. People are apt to make judgment calls on things that they don't have all of the information on. And that would lead to more questions and more theories.
Okay, so you don't have the full set of data and you have privacy concerns that continue. All right, I just want to get it straight here.
All right, so as you heard, Representative McGuire does have an amendment that we do not have, but we should have for our next work session, which will be next Wednesday.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So now moving on to House Bill 1589, establishing a Veterans Treatment Court. I see another Aaron. And we do have some additional information from the LBA. I think we have a fiscal note too, right?
Whoops. Thanks. All right.
Like to state your name for the record, please, and the gentleman, I guess, next to you might like to speak too. Is that my
I
assumption?
like to introduce him because I think of myself as his hype woman. I just go around promoting how great our new statewide treatment court coordinator, Alex Cassell, is with the judicial branch. He has been working in the drug courts, and he would be the person who would oversee the veterans courts and currently works in the veterans track. So he's here for any policy questions you have. And then also for the record, I'm Erin Creek and I'm the general counsel for the judicial branch.
So I don't believe the division had any particular problem with the bill. It's just some financial questions. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this bill sends roughly $2 million a year to the counties. Are the counties the ones that are experiencing expenses if the bill passes? Or is that the judiciary? Is that somebody else?
We do have about 200,000 of expenses, but Alex can tell you a little bit more about how the counties work in the drug courts.
So the way that the finances would work on the adult drug court end, that we contract with either the county or a treatment agency in that particular county to run and operate the adult drug court in that jurisdiction. So the cost to the court would be, the state coordinator and any kind of training, database, that kind of stuff. That's for the court. Now for the county itself, they wouldn't have to put any dollars into it if it's state funded in the same way that the adult drug courts are, because those funds fund treatment, case management, coordination. The burden that would be on the county would be staff time, a county attorney or assistant county attorney that would be on the team. Maybe somebody that works at the jail would be on the team for staffing and for court. So there would be no dollar cost. There would just be in kind, people's time to work on the program.
May I follow up? Thank you. So, but the theory, first of all, it's not drug court, it's veterans court, right?
Yeah.
But but I'm assuming, all right. Supposedly these things save money overall in the sense that somebody being treated this way is not in jail, right? And that would be a county expense. Yes or no?
It would be a county or state prison expense because not everybody that is in the veterans court or the adult drug court has a county, sentence, jail sentence. Some of them have state prison sentences as well.
Okay. My last question, if I may, how many cases do we expect this bill would handle per year? Would create, how many veterans court cases will there be?
That we're not 100% sure how many there would be. I think that there are other people here that might be able to answer that better than I can.
Right. Thank you.
You need us, Janet, or? No problem. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. Division like to move this? Representative Sweeney, you happy with this? Representative McGuire?
So the two things we talked about making changes here, one was, and the main one that's big time is shall versus may, right? Because so that essentially can take the money out of it, right? If we say to counties that they may do such and such, then if they actually find it useful in the sense that I just asked about, so that it does save them money because there'd be fewer incarcerated cases, then they can do it. As I understand it, this is already being done in some counties, but not others. And so if the experience in those counties is positive, they'll end up doing it. But in addition to that, shall versus may, we were thinking, instead of just giving a blanket $2 million a year for this, when we don't know how many cases, we don't know how much it's going to be used, why don't we say, give $5,000 a case or some particular number, and then that's a little incentive to do it, right? We can say say may, but here's the little carrot that if you do these cases, we'll give you some money for them. And if that later doesn't work out, then maybe the may later on could become shall, et cetera. But it at least would be a way to get started, and those counties that find it useful can get going, et cetera. So that's what I had in mind.
Because I'm looking at the bill now, and on page 4, line 33, it does say may obtain a state grant.
Well, I'm looking at line 3 of page 2, of page 1. I mean, the bill is a little confused between what the judiciary does and what the counties do and stuff like that. Right?
I would remind you that the policy committee voted 18-0 on this.
Sure. But again, the reason for changing the shall on line 3, page 1, is, I think, to take the money out, right?
So are you going to offer an amendment, or?
I wanted to discuss it among us first, but I can, yes.
Discussion, Representative Weiler.
I support the concept, and even if we say shall, then they're all going to go out and impanel a judge, train him as necessary, and set up a court and put out the word that they have it, and then sit there for a year with no case. Could very well happen with as few cases as we've heard. I think initially there were 40 cases a year is what we heard, which some of the smaller counties would likely be 0, but they would have to spend the money because we told them to set up a court. It's a waste. So I think this is a better way to go about it, and even have it so that the county has to do some steps first and spend some of their money before they come and ask us for more. And if they don't have the need, they won't spend the money. Thank you.
Representative Griffin.
I'm fully in full support of Representative McGuire's proposed amendment. I think it definitely should leave it up to the counties whether they want to do it or not. And the state paying a modest fee per veteran that uses the court seems like a reasonable approach. So I'm in full support of his proposed amendment.
Any further comments? Seeing none, Representative Ebel.
Yeah, I mean, I think that sounds like a really reasonable proposal. The only question I would have is how we decide the amount of money per case to give to the county. Representative McGuire mentioned 5,000. I just didn't know how that would be calculated.
I guess every case is different, so it's hard to come down to a specific number. Representative Baruti. No. No. All right, so you've got your marching orders. Representative McGuire, I guess we're encouraging you to find an amendment on this.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'll talk to Mike.
So Mike, we'll schedule this for next Wednesday as well.
Is there any expert here that can give us an idea about how much it might cost per
Aaron?
case?
I saw him moving. I thought it was toward this podium, but actually it was to escape from the room.
So for the record, Warren Perry, Deputy Adjutant General, New Hampshire Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. I would just say, Representative McGuire, I did some analysis, and I think that reasonably, based on per capita numbers by county, I think the total number per year, based on whatever analysis I did, would be about 27. And that really accounts for just VA eligible veterans. So there could be some non-VA eligible veterans that would be eligible under the way the statute's written. So that number could be as many as 60 a year. But if we got to 60, I would be very surprised. I think the demand for it in the veteran court, at least initially, would be certainly under 60 a year. But I think closer to about 27 a year would be about where we would be. And then, the caveat is, the veteran population in New Hampshire is declining by about 2.8% a year. So the numbers that you hear a lot of times, 100,000 veterans, right now we're sitting at about 90,000 veterans in the state. 3 years from now, it'll be 86. So, there'll be unless something changes, there'll be a steady decline in demand in the system just based on the number of veterans in the state. I hope that helps.
May I ask my co-presenter a question? Is there a difference in cost if the person is not a VA veteran, that where VA is not going to shoulder some of the costs?
So
associated?
there's some of the costs associated with the case management, if they're eligible for VA services, is shouldered by the VA counselors, case managers, and some of those other things. Non-VA eligible veterans would be, that cost would be not shouldered by the federal government. So there would be additional cost. Another caveat is the number of folks who are not VA eligible based on some sort of downgraded discharge from honorable is relatively small. So of those 90,000 veterans, I would be really surprised if there were 3,000 of them that had bad paper, right? That had a general discharge or a bad conduct discharge. It's really rare.
But they might be the ones that get in a little bit more trouble.
They could be the ones more apt to come in contact with the legal system. Yes.
So, yeah, just as discussion. So given those kind of numbers, that changes the bill from a millions per year to a hundreds of thousands per year kind of thing, which I think is good for getting started. So with the 5,000 number that we talked about. So.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll look forward to Representative McGuire's amendment, hopefully next Wednesday. So we have next Senate Bill 252. I'm going to move that down to be in concert with House Bill 318. They're merging those together, so it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to talk about 252 by itself. And it will bring us up to speed on our time. 1649, PFAS. I believe we have an amendment and maybe a new fiscal note.
I have a revised fiscal note, and Representative McGuire may have an amendment.
Yeah, did you make it? Or?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, may I speak?
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
thank you. So, so I'm opposed to this bill in general for lots of reasons, and I can go into them. Just to give you an example, I brought it some stuff. This bill regulates things like this, right? And so it assumes that this might contain PFAS, and if the department thinks it does, they will write a letter to the president or whoever and somebody in charge in the company saying, does this contain PFAS? And if so, send us a letter. If not, you have to, if so, it's going to be banned. But if not, you got to send us a letter saying you attest that this doesn't contain PFAS. And by contain, the bill says it's not the soda, it's not the metal, it's the ink on the can, or maybe there's a spray on the inside of the can that keeps the soda from contacting the metal. It's in there. And the bill says any amount, right? I mean, if it just contains one of the compounds that's on the list. And it applies to not this can, just this, but every item in the grocery store, every piece of cloth, everything. And I don't think such a regulatory scheme can really. So first of all, everybody knows that they're not going to go after this guy, right? I mean, that would be ridiculous to think that they could ban this, even if there is PFAS in this ink. I don't know, but the point is, they can go after anybody, any little, Abel Ebenezer Brewery in Merrimack that makes beer and sells it in cans. They could go after them, right? And what are they going to do? They don't make the cans. They don't make the ink. They're going to go to their supplier and say, can you give me the letter that says there's no PFAS here? And the supplier's going to say, well, I don't know, you know, and the lawyer of the supplier is going to tell them, look, you can't sign such a letter because of, you know, you're going to put yourself in jeopardy here. And so Abel Ebenezer is going to go out of business. Budweiser's not going to go out of business. Coke's not going to go out of business because we're not going to get them. But the little guys, we're giving DES the opportunity to essentially put every little guy out of business. And let me talk about something else. So this is a drug called atorvastatin, okay? It is not regulated by this bill, right? So it's not drugs. It's only grocery items and cloth and furniture and a few other things. But this is explicitly not covered by the bill. And yet, the chemical that the bill says has to be banned is in these pills. All right? This is the #1 prescription drug in America. And it contains the chemical that the bill forbids. Okay? So my amendment, and I let me hand this out, by the way. So here's a medical article that explains all that. All right, this is I'll hand out a few this way and a few this way. All right. So, so this article goes into the detail of 9 different definitions of PFAS. The one that we're using in this bill is the one, if you go to, let's go to page, the chart on page, whatever, page 8. So the chart on page 8, this is the one says greater than or equal to 1 fully fluorinated carbon. Okay, so that's the second column of different definitions. So it's these X's. You see that? All drugs in this list contain, this is the #1 prescription drug in the world, well, in the United States, I don't know about the world, called Lipitor. It contains, it's in this greater than or equal to 1 column, as well as all the other drugs there. So it includes Prozac, it includes, I don't know, there's a whole bunch of drugs here. The amendment, which is a different definition of PFAS, and I got this from the SPAN lobbyist. Okay, so for whatever that's worth, moves our definition to the last column in this chart. So it's the U.S. EPA OPPT. There's no X's there, right? So it would take the things banned, it no longer includes the stuff that's in here, right? And so, I would argue that the #1 prescription drug in America has been tested and is found to be safe, or at least, usable, because it's used by some very high fraction of people in the country. And I would also argue that if you're swallowing the stuff, right, it's going to be very harmful to yourself compared to if it's on the outside of your Coke can or even on the inside of your Coke can, bound up in something, or if it's in your carpet or if it's in your T-shirt or if, all that kind of stuff, right? If you're swallowing it, that's got to be the most harmful, I would think, but, not that I know. But anyway, so my amendment moves us from the column with all the X's, the stuff that's actually in medication, to the column that's not in medication. Those would be the things that would be banned.
So I just want to again caution my friend from Epsom that this came out of the Commerce Commission, a committee 16-3. And we really ought to try to focus on the financial impact.
All right, but is it easier to regulate 15,000 compounds or 1,500 compounds? That's the issue, right? Is it, all right. So, I mean, all the things, if by doing this, we exclude a large number of products that need to be regulated, then presumably it costs less to regulate them. But the costs are not just the cost to us, right? I mean, the costs are the cost to society of seeing things that are useful disappear from the shelves. That's all.
Representative Weiler.
I've been opposed to this since its inception. I made calls when we were working on the Merrimack, New Hampshire exposures. And I called up DES and I was not satisfied with the answers. I said we can have 20 parts per million of arsenic, which is a deadly poison, and 20 parts per million are a safe level. You're at 12 parts per trillion, which is infinitesimal compared with arsenic. And you want it removed from all our water when it's in the air, it's in our carpets, it's in our drapes, it's in our clothing. And we have not to date have any human testing to see what the effect is. I could be carrying 30 parts per million of PFAS from all the times I've been exposed to it. And it has had no effect on me. So until we see some, I'd say this is premature, until we see some human testing going on in Merrimack and get the results to what is the toleration level? The people that were most affected, one woman that had the child with birth defects, she was there stirring the stuff in a lab and absorbing it. I don't think she was wearing any protective gear. She was exposed to this stuff while it was being mixed. And okay, it had a pretty toxic effect on her and her son, but that was total overexposure. And some of the other people that were working in there and where their wastewater got dumped affected other people. But until we see the real results of the $2.5 million we've paid for phase 3 testing in Merrimack, I don't think we have any idea. And I'd volunteer to be tested as how much PFAS do I have in my blood. It's liable to be far more than 12 parts per trillion. 10 years ago, you couldn't even measure that. But suddenly they can measure minuscule amounts. Okay, we're going to have down to the minuscule amounts when you don't even know the effects. All of this is oh, let's scare the people and spend a lot of money and show them the government's doing something. And it's bull. Thank you.
So I've had some discussions with Representative Mooney from Merrimack, who assures me this bill is absolutely necessary. And I'm certainly, Representative Mooney's been closer to it than probably any of us. And I believe she's even a co-sponsor of this legislation. And knowing what she said and, what others have said, but anyway, it's open for discussion. Representative Cambrels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree kind of with both sides. I think that more research is still needed, but from looking at it from a financial standpoint, I agree with Representative McGuire that it will be easier to regulate 1,500 versus 15,000. So in the spirit of moving forward, because I do believe we need to do something to start to mitigate PFAS being used in our products, I would entertain Representative McGuire's amendment, and that I think would, again, from a financial standpoint, would mitigate the cost, but also allow us to move in a positive direction. So I would support with the amendment, but I probably would not support without the amendment.
All right, the motion has been made. Is it seconded? It's seconded by Representative Griffin. That's 12:27. Now we'll have some discussion.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all the work and thought that has gone into this. First of all, when we're changing the definition, this is a policy decision, all caps, with glowing lights. This issue of whether or not to use this particular definition was discussed in Commerce, and through a series of negotiations that involved SPAN, which is the Sustainable Action PFAS Network, and Honeywell, rather than change the definition, there is an exclusion in the bill, and it is on page 4, lines 6 to 10. And this exclusion basically similarly tracks the definition that is being proposed by Representative McGuire. This was discussed at length in the Commerce Committee. The lobbyists for many groups were sitting there, and when Chair Hunt asked multiple times whether anyone had any objection, no one did. This change isn't going to really affect the cost of implementation of the bill because the exclusion basically tracks the definition to some extent. There are some more compounds that would be included with this TSCA definition that is being proposed. And these additional compounds I have discussed at length with the state toxicologist. And he had concerns about using this, this definition, which is why Commerce decided to go with the exclusion and not this definition. Secondly, this definition is very complex. You can see that it's a series of chemical equations. This is not the definition that is used by any state that has a ban in place for products. That's 22 states. It is also not the definition that is currently used in the state of New Hampshire with respect to firefighting foam. So you're setting up a dichotomy within our own statutes between firefighting statutes and this statute. SPAN, you must understand, is a representative of PFAS manufacturers. It is to their advantage to have this definition because it's not used anyplace else, and if it's adopted in the state of New Hampshire, it can be used to show that one state has gone down this track. It's a complicating change. As much as I want this bill to pass, it's just a change that rips the gut out of this bill. Now, as far as the expenses, I mean, I think that, you know, obviously, Chair Weiler, you don't agree with the testing to $1 trillion. Scientists have put that into place. Where another way of looking at this, even if you don't look at it from the health side of it, you look at the costs that we're having to spend. I mean, it's already over $100 million. And these things, these products that are basically polluting our state, across the state, from the soil standpoint, from the water standpoint, we're having to deal with them. And it's costing extreme amounts of money. The other thing, I did email all of you recently. I don't have it in front of me. You have landfill operators. You have wastewater treatment plants. I know in Salem, they just spent $6 million to upgrade their wastewater treatment plants. The sooner or later, the EPA is going to come out with a requirement that surface waters are tested before they are released for PFAS. The PFAS it's probably going to be a standard very similar to the standard that we currently have for drinking water. And it's going to cost, I can't even guess. I cannot even guess the amount of money that private municipalities are going to have to spend on this. And so this bill is a vehicle to help our municipalities. NHMA also supports it. It'll help our landfill operators because you heard they have a reverse osmosis program at their landfill in Turnkey that costs $2 or $3 million, and they're spending $50,000 a month to get the PFAS and other chemicals out of it. Turnkey is the only landfill that's treating its leachate before it sends it to a wastewater treatment plant. No other landfill is. So that means our wastewater treatment plants are having to deal with it. And honestly, this is how I came to this issue in the first place. The solid waste and the wastewater people are very nervous about future costs. And then we have the healthcare costs that we don't know what they will be. So I have gone to so much trouble to go through this bill to align the things that are being banned with what other states are doing, so it makes sense. We're joining in, we're not leading off, and not one of these products is something that anybody can claim that we need PFAS in. You don't need PFAS on a child's mattress. You don't need PFAS on your lips, in your lipstick. I've talked to, there were people concerned about PPE. There were people concerned about pesticides. I removed the fluorinated containers that would have contained pesticides because I thought from a safety standpoint, I should do that. The drugs and the medical devices that have been excluded are because there is a preemption in thing with the Federal Food and Drug Administration, and I do not want to get in the middle or bring the state into the middle of disagreements with our medical care. This bill has been excruciatingly reviewed, and the list of people who support it and want it passed are a mile long. And we're engaging here in a discussion that is 100% policy. And we do have the new fiscal note. I mean, I don't even think that we've discussed it, but I appreciate, Representative Cambrils, that you want to come to an agreement over this definition, but from a manufacturer standpoint, it's more complicated for a manufacturer to work within a ban with a definition that doesn't go along with anybody else's in the United States than to use the definition that is being used everywhere.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you. Well, as I don't think that last statement is correct, because where this definition comes from is an EPA document, which I think has something to do with reporting.
It does.
Okay.
I mean,
so the EPA asks you to report using this particular definition.
right, because it has made an agreement to exclude HFOs, and HFOs are what are excluded in my exclusion. But if you're a manufacturer that is dealing or complying with bans that go from California to Colorado, I gave you the chart. There's multiple states that are doing this. They're going to be doing some reporting through the EPA, but the bans apply with the definition that I have here. And that's why it's here. I mean, that's why we discussed it at length at the Commerce Committee. That's why they voted out of the committee 16-3. We have been down this road, and to change up everything at this point is basically disregarding the communications that we had in Commerce. It's like this couldn't be more policy. And honestly, from a fiscal standpoint, it's not really going to affect its implementation. It's putting our manufacturers in a situation where they have a different definition to deal with respect to the bans. And reporting versus ban, they're different. And you're really harming the bill by passing this definitional change. And I won't be able to support it. I can talk some more about it, but you probably, if you want to talk about the fiscal note, we can.
Representative Sweet, followed by Representative Griffin.
Just a question for you, Representative Ebel, and thank you for the work you've put into this. You mentioned briefly a conversation with the state toxicologist about this definition. Can you just go into further detail?
Well, this is the thing. I probably spent 5 hours with the man, God bless him. And I went through every permutation that you can think of the chemistry. I talked to the fellow from SPAN 3 or 4 times. I talked to the American Chemistry Council. Believe it or not, they have a model bill that is almost identical to mine. It has the same products in it. I mean, you can ask Jody Grimbalis. We were on a conference call 3 times with them. I negotiated all sorts of things with them. So when I went to the state toxicologist, he had concerns about using this definition in our bill because there were certain, I mean, this gets into chemistry and where you have double bonds and where you have a carbon and where you have an oxygen. And he said that he thought that there were toxicological concerns with this definition when it came to bands. And that's why, I mean, believe me, when I was sitting with SPAN, I was like, okay, if we use this definition, will everybody be happy? And he basically said, yes. But then I went to the toxicologist. He didn't like it. I respect him. He's a scientist. And then I talked to all these other folks, and I looked at the bands and the definition that was being used. The other thing is this is anticipatory. It can look toward the future. And I guess I just have to explain that this whole thing with the definition and the exclusion that I worked out, it has to do with HFOs, which are replacements for HFCs, which were the things in refrigerants that were ozone eaters. And that's why, you know, Honeywell in particular, which makes refrigerants, was particularly concerned that this bill not apply to HFOs. And even though there's not one item in this bill that has HFOs in it, I worked out a deal with them and I put the exclusion in. And that's why they were fully on board with not changing the definition. The changes that I made were reviewed by SPAN and they approved the exclusionary language. And at the end of the Commerce Committee hearing, I don't know how many times, 4 or 5, Chair Hunt and all these people were sitting there said, do you have a problem with this? And no one said a word. I've been told by a board member who's on the policy committee and the executive committee of the BIA that the BIA is neutral. We had absolutely nobody here opposing it. So if we make this change, we're making a change just because there's some misgivings about its applicability, and it's not based on all the support that's been developed over the last 4 to 6 months, all the research that's gone into this. It's like we're just throwing it away. And it's just really, really troublesome to me. So I really wish that you would understand that the exclusion, for the most part, takes care of what's happening with this definitional change. I removed the notification provisions because they were a problem for manufacturers and I didn't see them anywhere else in the country. I took the labeling parts out. They were a problem for manufacturers. I saw them nowhere else in the country. This bill has been refined and cut back and refined and cut back. And that's why when we get to finance, we don't deal with policy in all caps because the policy has been worked on so much before we even got here. And I would not bring a bill to you that I didn't think worked for New Hampshire and was leading us down the primrose path. I'm really concerned about the health of our people and about the costs that we have ahead of us. So thank you. That's a very long answer to your question, but yes, the toxicologist had concerns with this definition.
Representative Griffin.
I have a very simple question. The definition here, every item in that definition is covered by your definition, is it not?
Every item that's in this definition is covered by my definition.
In other words, this is a subcategory of your definition.
It's a subcategory of it that excludes HFOs that are already excluded in So we're doing good with sticking with the definition that we have. Again, it's the one that's used across the United States for these sorts of bans, and it's the one that's in the firefighting foam statute. So if we change it, we're actually in some ways maybe messing around with what we already have in law. And I mean, you can see it. It's a very complicated set of chemical equations. That's why nobody uses it. It's very difficult to apply. So if we want to do something really good for the state, and like we did with mercury, because there's a clearinghouse for mercury, we did for toxics and packaging because there's a clearinghouse for that, we would apply this in the same way. This is just another chemical. And if this bill is changed, the supporters, I can tell you, will be extremely disappointed because they stayed so long and have worked so hard with me on this bill.
Seeing no further questions, we do have an amendment on the floor that was offered by Representative McGuire. It was moved by Representative Cambrell, seconded by Representative Griffin. It's amendment number 1227H. And
me
when the
just,
clerk is ready, take your time, call the roll, please.
Got to get the bill number right. Okay, moved by McGuire, seconded by Cambrels, I guess.
Cambrels. Cambrels and Griffin.
Representative Weiler.
Opposed to all of this until we get some human testing. No.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
No.
Representative Cambrels.
Yes.
Clerk votes nay. Representative Baruti.
No.
Representative Grassi.
No.
Representative or Chair Leishman.
No.
Okay, so the amendment fails. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6-3.
You have another amendment as well for the effective date?
Yes, I did, but I don't, okay, I don't know if people have it in front of them anymore.
It was handed to us previously.
Right, let me just get the,
Number is 1086H.
Mr. Hoffman's going to go get copies for everyone.
Basically changes the effective date to January 1st, 2027. That's what I was trying to
See the effective date in the bill, so.
I'll show you where it is. Could I just,
figure. 6. That's effective one.
could I respond just briefly to Chair Weiler's comment? I thought you asked the question, when Nancy Murphy was here the last time, whether they now have human studies that have shown cancer, and she said they did, but I know that we have another kidney cancer cluster thing. But I just think that, and then Nancy just wrote us some follow-up information about human testing. But, you know, I guess I would also say this is about more than cancer. It's about endocrine interruption and many other health effects, and not just cancer. Okay, and I'll second it. Oh, you'll second it?
Okay, there's been an amendment offered, 1086H. It's been moved by Representative Grassi, seconded by Representative Griffin. When the clerk is ready, please call the roll.
Okay. Could I just speak very briefly to the amendment? All I was going to, all to be said is that if you with the removal of the notification and all the other provisos, the reason that the bill was originally effective in 2028 was all this preliminary stuff that's been removed. And I've spoken to the agency. I have to say, I heard from Mr. Wimsat, his father just had a very bad fall and he's not able to be here. Otherwise, he could corroborate this. He said that from an agency standpoint, moving up the date didn't really affect anything one way or the other. So, okay. Representative Weiler. Representative McGuire.
No.
Representative Griffin. Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrils.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Baroody.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
And Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Okay, so the amendment passes 9-1.
Are there any further?
8-1.
8-1, sorry.
Are there any further amendments to 1649?
Yeah, I haven't even seen the fiscal note, but I guess I would ask Mr. Hoffman and Melissa. When I spoke to Mr. Wimsat, he said that the way this was written, the money lapses within a certain biennium, and if the ban takes place outside the time period of the biennium, the money would be gone. And he wondered if we should say non-lapsing. I'm sorry, with so much going on, I haven't actually looked at this. He said, so I guess it would be in paragraph 3 of section 3, page 6. He just wanted to make sure if the money was appropriated, that it could continue to be used by the department if this passed, as the ban rolled out.
I think it was one.
I'm not sure if there's a problem with that, so.
If you don't think it's he thought that, okay, sorry to raise it if it's not one. Well, or, I just want to make sure. Okay.
Seeing no further amendments on 1649, would someone like to offer a motion to move this along to full committee?
I'd love to move this ought to pass as amended, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I just want to thank my fellow division members for listening and for all the work that we've put into it. Thank you.
And it's seconded by Representative Sweeney. When the clerk is ready, please call the roll.
Okay. Okay. Chair Weiler.
No.
Griffin. No, McGuire. Representative McGuire.
No.
Representative Griffin.
No.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrils.
No.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Baroody.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
Chair Leishman.
Yes.
So it passes 5-4.
All right, this will be taken up by the full committee probably next week. So we do have next, as was noted, we move Senate Bill 252 to be taken up with House Bill 318. There is an amendment to consolidate Senate Bill 252, Senate Bill 249, and House Bill 318 that Mr. Hoffman will pass out. There's a lot to all this, and being that it's 10 minutes to 12, and we'll schedule this for a full discussion for next Wednesday or Tuesday, whatever works in. But if you recall, there were a lot of issues between lining fiscal notes up and some overlap with some of the bills. So working with Mr. Hoffman and Melissa, we put everything together into one bill. There's no language change of any of the bills, but it's all one bill with a updated fiscal note. I have reached out to the ranking member of the Criminal Justice Committee and the chair. I've not heard back from Terry Roy, the chair. The reason for, I want to hear from Terry as well. The judicial branches looked over this, and I have heard from Aaron that they saw no problems, but again, there's a lot to it. Mr. Hoffman has also put together a comparison, comparing each bill and where the language went into the new House Bill 318, which he'll hand out for you to look at over the weekend. So once all that information is handed out,
Does this include the training issues that we deferred to this committee yesterday?
it does not.
So that's going to be added in.
It will probably be added in because there is some overlap there.
Yes.
As you'll see in this new combined amendment, the bail commissioner fee is now $60. That amendment we saw yesterday was $50. But I'm going to be talking to Representative McGuire to see how we can try to roll 1005 into this as well.
Yep. 'Cause there's a
1005 has been
training-
scheduled for next week as well.
Excellent, thank you.
It actually still says.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Hoffman.
if I can explain this a little bit,
Sure.
this takes the three bail reform bills, 249, 252, and House Bill 318, and combines them into one. That's all it does is string them together. The large sheet that I handed out is in the same order as the three bills, and it kind of shows you in the right-hand column where there may be overlap or things to consider in other bills. And then at the bottom, put a little box in there that says decisions to be made. So hopefully at the end of the process, you'll go through this and you'll have a document that hits all the issues but doesn't duplicate or conflict within the bills.
And we do have an amendment. I know you prepared one for the $60. It's separate.
I have separate amendments that members have asked for 252 and 318, and as those are presented and adopted, we'll put it all together.
And I did note, and Representative McGuire noted as well, some of the numbers are still different. I know the judicial branch gave us some new numbers as far as the costs, which were lower than what the original bills had for fiscal notes.
That's correct. Would you like the other amendments handed out?
Sure,
now as
sure,
well?
yes, please. I want to make sure we hear from Chairman Roy as well. And I see the ranking member is here and she's gone.
Separate amendments not included in the new.
No. They would be added if we so agree. As the chair probably recalls, the Senate move the fee up to $60, that would be, I think, something we should support. So for after lunch, I guess we've got a number of cannabis amendments coming forward. Representative McGuire, you have one, right?
No, well, yes, I have an amendment. I just asked for Senator Abbas's amendment to be formally drafted. But I have other thoughts about cannabis that, you know, we really need a big picture look at it rather than you know, getting into the weeds type thing. Getting into the weeds, yeah.
Although Representative McGuire goes below the weeds, right?
Yeah, I was just in.
Yeah.
I was just in Maine, and there's like there's a store on every street corner. I mean, it's just incredible what it's like over there. But you know, so there's a lot of things we let's talk about it at 1 o'clock, I guess.
You like
Yeah.
make any brownies for us?
No, yeah, yeah,
You make any brownies?
no. I've actually never used it, so you know, for whatever that's worth.
So obviously, we don't have to take up any of these amendments, but if you want to put them together with the document that you have with the comparisons, we can take them all up next week. Yep.
There was another bill that we're no longer in custody of that had magistrates, correct?
Yeah.
That's one of the Senate bills.
It's one, but he put it in here.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's in
So
there.
It's in there, but
The fiscal note was really confusing, so in fairness to the chair, when he looked at it, there was no
fiscal
yeah,
impact.
there was no impact, but there really was buried in the bill, but it was way back to the Senate. But there was a large amount of money, but it wasn't listed. It was kind of tucked in the bills.
helpful.
Yeah.
And if I think what we can do, sorry. I think what we can do in this case is if we make sure that the effective date of this bill is like a day after whatever the effective date of that bill was, then this would replace it, right? And then we won't have to worry about it.
Janet is putting them down as we speak. So it looks like Tuesday. Tuesday or Wednesday, she said it was depending on when you planned full finance.
Tuesday, we got chair, vice chair.
Yeah, it was either going to be Wednesday or Tuesday, she said. But which day is that? Oh. We wouldn't want to have you miss out on any of the excitement, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, one more thing. We have House Bill 1005 from yesterday. And that'll kind of, it's not in the walkthrough, but it'll fit in there with other parts.
You just want to add that in for next week, as far as fitting it into the comparison?
For this.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can do that.
thank you. All right, we'll be back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. So we'll open the work session on House Bill 1633 relative to the legalization and regulation of cannabis and making an appropriation therefore. I'd like to call the prime sponsor. I believe you have maybe an updated amendment, right? And some other information for us.
Regrets to the committee from Representative Grassi. He broke off of his,
Yeah, and I'm not sure where
he's
Ben
gone
is.
to his dentist.
Yeah.
Thank you. Last week I came in with a marked up, which was the information that I had presented to OLS. I now have the official amendment because it took so long to do that. Pivoting to a replace all was time prohibitive because I wasn't even sure if they'd get it to me in time for this hearing. So because of that, I had also provided the original bill where I went through in the PDF and I marked out anything that is amended is grayed out, and anything that is struck out, just so that it's easier to compare. And I apologize that just because of time constraints, changing to a replace all just wasn't really a feasible ask. So my apologies there. So sorry.
No, not at all. Now, is the fiscal note, has that been updated for this? Do you know, Mr. Hoffman?
So as far as the fiscal note, there was an addition for the Department of Health and Human Services with Mr. Holt, and that is included in here. Any additional updates that are part of this process in order to better understand exactly what the Liquor Commission needs in order to start this up, I'd be happy to figure out how to do that. And sorry, I'm sort of putting my parachute on my way out of the plane, trying to figure out how to make sure that we have the right appropriations. But I'm just going to grab onto one of you guys because you have a parachute and it'll be able to open with both of us.
No, it's very helpful to have the clean and the markup. That's very helpful.
Thank you. And so just zooming back out, now it's been said that this model is just a rebranding and a redressing of the free market model, and that it's the same thing as other states. But that's not actually true. In other states, there's a cannabis commission, but that is not so deeply embedded in the government as our liquor commission is. Most of those are at arm's length, and most of those are reporting through a whole bunch of different layers in order to protect the state from involvement. They don't have the same kind of control that our liquor commission does in liquor. And this truly is an agency model where we're looking at that control through agency as opposed to control through state-run stores or this new idea of franchise stores. So this is not what's going on in other states. I also want to let you know that in other states, there are not franchise outlets. Any franchises are for different things like different brands, like Cookie. It's one of the brands that's sold all around the country, but because you can't sell interstate, they license the products, they license the seed, and then people within the different states do them. So generally, when you hear the term cannabis franchise, that's talking about the product level and not the regulatory scheme. So getting back to this amendment and to this bill, it has been narrowed to be just a hard 15 stores, just as was seen in the other competing amendment, because the idea is we need to start out small. This requires the Secretary of State to come up with the rules around the lack of lobbying and political contributions that are part of that recipe that's necessary for our cake to actually make it out of the oven. And this bill really has a lot of solid positive control over the market. The state controls advertising and marketing in this by having very, very tight rules on what is allowed in products and product categories that was already existing in the bill, where you can't have something that looks like it has cartoon characters or something that depicts misuse of cannabis. You can't have the bloodshot eyes behind the wheel. That's not acceptable and definitely not acceptable in our classy cannabis model. And by not advertising, we're not bringing new people into using cannabis. I recognize that there's an interest in spending the tax dollars that come from cannabis. My husband's mentor, C. Everett Koop, the former Surgeon General, said there's nothing so addictive as spending tax dollars from cigarettes And that's something where we want to make sure that we are balancing those two different needs. The need to make sure that people who are already using cannabis aren't buying contaminated products or simply putting money into coffers of other states versus growing the market here and having the state involved in increasing the number of cannabis users. So over time, it does seem that there is a trend to more people as there's some understanding. There are some people who are becoming low dose users, people who use edibles or tinctures or something else where they know sort of what they're getting if they want to have some sort of controllable high, you know, somebody like having a beer as opposed to somebody going for some Everclear. You know, you have the different ways that people can experience things. And by moving it off of the streets into a regulated market, those people who do want to have essentially half a beer in the cannabis would be able to do that. As far as appropriations, this bill has money for the positions that are needed at the Department of Health and Human Services for the record keeping. There's a lot of data information that was initially given to the Department of Information Services that is not part of what they do. That actually is appropriately housed in the Department of Health and Human Services. And with Mr. Holt from the department, we were able to amend that language. It's already in there. This amendment now has the funding that's necessary for it. So I guess I'm not sure exactly which questions you have about this. I think that this is a really, really solid model that allows positive state control over a market to make sure that it doesn't grow too quickly, but also make sure that it has the flexibility necessary so that we can have the innovation within a controlled framework so that people will want to come to New Hampshire. Either stay in New Hampshire and purchase the cannabis they're already buying out of state here, or for tourists when they're coming through, that perhaps along with some maple syrup, they might also pick up another natural product from the state.
Willing to take questions?
I am.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, thank you, Representative, for coming. So, let's talk about money here. Page 33.
Of the original bill?
No, as amended by the House.
Yes,
This
sorry.
one, the marked up thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay. So let's start at the top of the page. $100,000 annually, Department of Health and Human Services for data collection and reporting of the health impacts of this. How did the $100,000 come about?
Thank you. That came from the Department of Health and Human Services estimating that cost as $100,000.
Is there an employee involved?
I'm not sure if Mr. Holt is here, but if we look on the amendment, there.
Oh, okay, somebody can talk about this.
Okay. Yes.
You want to know?
You're welcome, Mr. Chair. I'll slide to this one to make it easier for you to get in.
If you could just state your name for the record, please.
Certainly. Thank you, everybody. My name is Michael Holt. I'm the administrator of the Therapeutic Cannabis Program within the Department of Health and Human Services. Thanks for having me. The bill, as introduced, established the responsibility for data collection and reporting of baseline data and changes to that baseline data relative to health outcomes to another agency. That agency came to the public hearing at Commerce and said, we don't have the resources, we don't have the staff, and HHS has most of the data. So the amendment or the bill in front of you that came out of Commerce has the Department of Health and Human Services taking over this responsibility. And in the amendment that Representative Leon has proposed has the accurate number of, has the appropriation and the staff creation language. So we need a staff person to do this work. And we need an appropriation for that work to pay for that staff person. And the amendment that you have in front of you has that language in section 30 on page 15. In addition, the Department of Health and Human Services is responsible for the administration of a fund created by this bill. It's called the Substance Use Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery Fund. And we're required to do rules for the disbursement of that fund. It requires reporting for how that fund is being dispersed. Again, Representative Leon's amendment has specific language that creates a new position for that responsibility and an appropriation for that position.
Yeah, thank you. So, are you not doing already this kind of reporting stuff for the medical program?
We are doing an annual data report for the medical program, yes, but this is unrelated. This is an unrelated function.
Okay. All right.
The
Thank
types
you.
of the types of data that would be required to be reported by this are baseline data with regard to DUI convictions. The original bill had graduation rates, things like unintentional childhood poisonings, and these are not things that the medical program is tracking in our annual data report. What we do is number of patients, number of providers, some really basic data, but not impacts of health outcomes at large to the general population of New Hampshire.
All right, let's go on to the substance abuse thing that you mentioned. Does this creates a brand new fund, et cetera? We already have a drug and alcohol treatment fund, right? Is there some reason why we couldn't just put more money into it, or as opposed to creating a whole new thing?
I'm not the drafter of this section. My and unfortunately, my colleague from the Bureau of Drug and Alcohol Services is not able to be here today. However, my understanding is that the desire or the intent of a separate fund is to ensure that this funding remains for its intended purpose. We have historical examples of the money dedicated from the liquor money going to this fund being reappropriated and reallocated in different directions. So the idea behind this is to, my understanding is to keep it separate, to keep it safe for its dedicated purpose. You'll note, however, the language in this bill does require this fund administration to be in concert with the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs principles and priorities. So it is a separate fund. Could it be joined with the existing fund? Probably, but the desire here, as the initial drafters, were to keep it separate, to keep it safe.
And to add one other point to that, in the other fund that's pre-existing, that one is moving to a large focus on harm reduction. Harm reduction is mitigating all the non-legal consequences of using an illegal product. Taking cannabis, which now would be no longer prohibited in the state, and using that to address the consequences of illegal drug use, as opposed to dealing with any potential consequences around somebody who's experiencing cannabis misuse, would be moving it from addressing anything related to passage of this bill and moving it into a different area. And because if you're dealing with those other issues in the harm reduction, we've talked about things like potentially addressing housing as a harm reduction issue. I recognize that there's a lot of factors that go into it, but this is trying to keep it more focused on the proximate issues of cannabis.
But existing, I mean, drug and alcohol, right? One is legal, one isn't, right? So already that fund deals with some people who are having problems with a legal product and some people who are having problems with an illegal product. Yeah?
That's a true statement. I'd missed that part.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Now, my current understanding is that, number one, to some extent, cannabis is a substitute for alcohol, right? There's going to be some people that are currently alcohol users who will use less and use more cannabis. Does that sound right?
I know quite a few people in other states that no longer drink.
Okay. Do we have any concept of what fraction that will be or something like that?
I think that's a hard thing to put a number on. People talk about the use of cannabis increasing on legalization, but I really think a lot of that is a reporting issue that once it's no longer prohibited, more people are willing to say that they use a product. So there's people who would just lie or not mention the fact that they used cannabis previously. So it's hard to have good self-reported data on something that had been illegal.
Well, I may ask the Liquor Commission about how have sales to out-of-state residents changed since they have legalized marijuana? All right. The second question is, my current understanding is that cannabis is less harmful than alcohol. That fewer people. I read an article which compared the addictive qualities of nicotine, cannabis, cocaine, and alcohol. Okay, and it said nicotine 67% addictive, alcohol 23% addictive, cocaine 20% addictive, and cannabis 9% addictive. Okay, so less than half compared to alcohol. So to the extent that people use cannabis instead of alcohol, aren't the problems less, and therefore we need less of this kind of treatment and those kind of things?
So I think that also leaves out the fact that physical dependency and physical addiction, chemical addiction is not something that happens with cannabis. So with alcohol, one of the reasons why we kept the liquor stores open when everything else was locked down is that people can die if they suddenly can no longer consume alcohol. I have a friend who had a major heart attack. He was smoking 2 packs a day. He can't go cold turkey because that could kill him because of the physical addiction issues. So yes, I think that the harms could be a lot less, but I think that there's a lot of concerns out there and a lot of lack of understanding just because this is something that's been sort of hidden in the shadows for so long, that I think that starting off with a fund that would deal with any of these problems is a good way to address it. Because if you have more people who, I think that maybe priming the pump and potentially putting a little bit more into this to start makes sense. If we find that we're finding lower harms now that once cannabis is legal, then we can move that out and we can do something with it. And that's probably what we will see. But let's wait until we see what the facts bear out before we move this away and see if we can see what it actually costs to treat anything related to cannabis. Because if we find that these funds pretty much go unused because we're not seeing actual problems from cannabis misuse that would be subject to these funds, then that would go a long way, even beyond the data that would be collected. If we literally have no place to spend the money to address these substance use disorder in cannabis, then that shows that it was a lot safer than some people had been concerned with. So if we keep it like this and then change it in the future because it's less harmful, I'd say that's a win for everybody.
If I may, I might just offer one of the purposes for this fund, and one of the is for public education campaigns, both preliminary before retail sales happen and during the rollout and afterwards. So the public, this is a hallmark of other successful programs where these public education campaigns need to be well funded before the start of retail sales and continue thereafter.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. I don't have any other HHS related questions, but I do have more on this page. So if anybody else,
I'll be right up there if you need me.
Well, maybe somebody else.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, actually, Mike, if you could sit down. Sit down. Thanks for coming. Could you explain in this new amendment how ATCs are handled for licensing purposes? I mean, and if you want to comment on the ATC program and its success and its treatment under these bills.
The department's general position would be any model of adult use legalization needs to take into consideration the therapeutic cannabis program, which has been operational with the law in place for 10 years and fully operational for the past 7. We have 14,000 patients being served by the therapeutic cannabis program, and it is a valuable program. and a path of either transition or integration with an adult use model is critically important. My belief or my understanding of both the bill that has come out of Commerce and the amendment creates, if not a perfectly clear path for transition and integration, it does create a path for integration and transition. Some of those hallmarks include a requirement for the Department of Health and Human Services to work collaboratively with the Liquor Commission by December 1st, 2024, to come up with a legislative plan for next session on how to integrate these two programs. The language states that the plan must consider transitioning the therapeutic cannabis program in whole or in part. And so we would be working, if this bill passes, we would be working with the Liquor Commission closely to figure out, does, for instance, HHS keep the patient registry and continuing issuing cards? Do we send over or propose to send over the regulation of the ATCs, the licensing aspect of the cultivators and the retailers to the Liquor Commission? Or do we move the whole thing over to the Liquor Commission? Now, obviously, the Liquor Commission may not be adept yet at a public health related program of patient registries, but there may be a value in maintaining the integrity of the program as a whole. So that is the hallmark, in my mind, of what representative of this bill and the amendments support, and that is an acknowledgement that a transition plan and an integration plan must be considered as we move forward. There are other detailed provisions in here about requiring the Liquor Commission to have a you might be able to speak.
I can hop in
clearly
now.
about what you've
Yes.
written.
And so within this, we had in Commerce, one of the last changes is we had removed the dual use licensure because that was something that had a lot of different objections. I didn't see all of the conflict about the idea of having two masters, because you can have somebody who has two different regulations. Because if you're selling food and you're selling alcohol, you're dealing with the Department of Agriculture and you're dealing with the Liquor Commission. However, it did seem more straightforward to get rid of that dual use licensure. We had included that one of the major criterias in assessing the relative merits of applications would be a successful operation as a ATC, so that would recognize what the ATCs have already done and consider that in the process. That is in the bill. It's in the section that was amended, even though those were there, page 8 of the amendment, lines 9 through 12. What I did not catch when I removed the dual use, and which is probably the most important thing about this amendment, is that I had not had anything about making sure that they were issued a cultivation license, and they were still able to cultivate the therapeutic cannabis, and that they would be able to cultivate both adult use and therapeutic cannabis at the same facility, that they would not have to move their facility that they've already established and have already had approved through municipal regulations to a different location, just because now that we're entering the adult use, people may have changed their perceptions about what should happen where. From what I know about all the locations where it's cultivated for therapeutic use, those have all been placed in places where they're sort of out of the way and not really a problem for people in the communities, and sort of having to reopen that and deal with that, especially if a town doesn't want to have adult use, but they're fine continuing with the therapeutic. Let's not mess with what we have. And so that's one of the significant parts of this amendment. So you'd find at the bottom of page 8, lines 35 through 37, that's on the cultivation. On page 10, the restrictions of locations and grandfathering is lines 17 through 20. And I have a feeling there's another one that I didn't see just flipping through. I apologize. I had that roadmap that I laid out with that highlighted yellow one last week, but I didn't bring that with me. Sorry, I should have brought a file cabinet.
If I may, I would also offer that I believe this committee has received handouts from one of the ATCs, Granite Leaf Cannabis, that has a crosswalk between the highlights of the 1633 and this amendment, alongside the senator's amendment as well, showing the differences in how 1633 does create a a path towards integration and considers the fate of the therapeutic cannabis program. And I'm sure Mr. Simon will be happy to detail those as well. We know that when states legalize for adult use, the patient registration rolls in a medical program drop dramatically. We have 14,000 patients in the program. A 30 to 50% drop is not unusual. And the basic problem is that if half the patients no longer are serving or no longer being served by the ATCs, it becomes a question of how long will they be able to remain viable serving a severely diminished patient population base if they're not granted a path into the adult use space. And I think this bill creates that path to a certain degree. It's as good as we're gonna get at this point.
And with that, it's more that I could get a prescription for a 600 milligram ibuprofen, but I can also go to the drugstore and have my over-the-counter 200 milligram pills too. There's some where there's a reasonable substitution where somebody would have that access. Is that a good understanding of why people drop off?
Yeah, that is a good description. In addition, the vast majority of people who use cannabis are in some part using cannabis to self-medicate a medical condition. And if you don't have to go to the state and pay them $50 and go to your doctor to talk about, your self-medication, people will choose the easy path and choose the recreational store and not register for the program. However, there's segments of the population, the therapeutic cannabis population, which need a medical program in order to participate. People who would never think, especially an older population, they would never think to go into a recreational retail store where the goal is to purchase the highest potency THC product possible, because that's all they see, without having talked to their doctor first, without going to a place that has education and staff that is aligned with a therapeutic use. And so those are the patients. They don't make up the majority of the 14,000, but they are critical people to be able to continue to serve within the program.
Further question? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is the 14,000 the ones with current prescriptions? Or is it the total number over the history of the program that have had a prescription?
No, it's the current number.
All right.
And it's important. They're not prescriptions technically. I know it's words, but they matter. They're certifications. Providers certify that a patient has a qualifying condition which allows them to be on the program to purchase cannabis. Providers in New Hampshire are not prescribing cannabis. They can't prescribe cannabis due to its federal prohibition.
Does the certification expire at some point?
Yes, currently the certifications are good for up to 3 years at a time. The default is 1 year. The legislature passed a law allowing certifying providers based on their clinical discretion to certify for up to 3 years at a time, and then they have to renew.
So if someone took it for 6 months and their medical problem got cured, you wouldn't necessarily know about it. They would still be on your list as one of the active ones, I guess.
In theory, but the vast majority of the qualifying conditions that are authorized by the legislature are chronic in nature, and cannabis is not curative. It is a way to alleviate symptoms. So no one is being cured of their MS through the use of cannabis. They're managing their symptoms through its use. We do have provisions in our rules that says that a provider is required to void or not renew a person's card if they no longer suffer from that particular condition, and that happens.
Or somebody tries it for their condition, it's not effective, and then they stop using it. Right?
Absolutely, and we have a process where people can and do self-void their cards. They submit a request to void their cards. Happens regularly.
Thank you.
one of the things that was just recently passed is we changed the rules around chronic and severe pain. So when I was a medical device analyst, one of the big things when you're getting a hip replacement or a knee replacement is being able to move quickly. So opioids have always been a part of that. Previously, our law required you to try opioids, but there is the potential for somebody, if all they need is enough so that they're not grimacing in pain when they're walking on that new joint, that if that is something where the doctor thinks it's appropriate to certify, that would be a short-term use. But that's because it's something where otherwise there would be short-term opioids. But that's pretty much the only unique short-term use that we have that I know of.
That's right, and our forms allow a 3-month certification or a 6-month trial, say.
Are there any more questions for Mike? I do have a quick one. It's kind of going off the reservation a little bit. When you went into medical marijuana, there were how many stores initially, and were a few more added as years went on, or?
Yes, when the law first passed in 2013, it allowed and still allows for a maximum of 4 ATC, Alternative Treatment Center, licenses. Each one of those licenses required the entity to be not-for-profit and also vertically integrated. Vertically integrated means that each entity was required to cultivate, manufacture, and dispense therapeutic cannabis. They were only allowed under the original legislation to have 1 retail location for dispensing. So for years, there were 4 stores in the entire state. In 2018 and 2019, I believe, legislation passed to allow each one of the licensees to open a second dispensary location within their region. And to date, 3 out of the 4 licensees have opened a second location. So we have 7 locations right now, but that is capped. There's, we would need a law change to allow them to open, additional locations. I would say that, we do needs and assessments and, in terms of, travel time and whatnot. And the North Country is significantly, has a significant travel burden with regard to accessing the most northern location at Conway.
Now, a number of states have gone from the medical to retail sales of facilities. Was that ever explored with you folks doing that model, or?
That option has been explored by the legislature for years, and it's a standard approach with regard to other states allowing dual use licenses, and even grandfathering medical entities into the adult use space. The Vermont model is instructive. If it's a very similar program where there's very few medical dispensaries, and those dispensaries, when they passed an adult use law, as long as they met the requirements, had a license in good standing as a medical facility, they were granted the ability to serve adult use patients. So, the department is not, department's neutral on legalization. We are interested in a path forward that maintains the viability of these ATCs and maintains their ability to continue to serve the patients of New Hampshire.
Thanks, Mike. As always, your testimony is very helpful.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions, but anybody else in the division?
And just to address that last point, our legislation initially had allowed all of the ATCs to convert and be able to sell adult use as well. But under the 15-store cap, that's why it's more giving them an extra little factor within the consideration, because when you have 15 stores, there were a lot of people that were concerned that it wouldn't be fair to automatically give them a license. I think that they've been in the market for quite some time, and I think that they've been able to provide that access. So I wouldn't be opposed to that, but it's not all about exactly what one person wants. It's about the one that gets to the agreement that's necessary.
All right, well, I do have a couple of financial questions. I see as far as the appropriations on your new page 15.
Thank you.
Going on to 16, we've got the $8 million for the fiscal year ending in 25, so there's been no change there. That would come out of, as you're proposing, general funds. And then down on line 18, whereas before, we didn't know where that money was coming from. That now it looks like it's coming out of general funds. So I guess my question is, we've heard a lot of different numbers flying around from other proposals. Is the 8.5 or 8.6 million, I guess, because there's some money there for the Department of Health and Human Services, is that sufficient? And I'm looking back at the Commissioner of IT. I think I saw a figure of about $5 million there just to take care of the upgrades necessary at the Liquor Commission. As you probably know, there's been some long-standing problems with this next-gen system over there, inventory issues, control. So is that enough to take care of bringing the Liquor Commission online to do this through upgrades in IT? So Commissioner, if you'd like to come forward and maybe address that, because I do see that there is a figure here that, I don't know if you provided that number in the fiscal note or where that came from.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Dennis Goulet, the Commissioner of the Department of Information Technology. I maintain a close relationship with the chairman and his leadership team, so we speak about IT issues on a regular basis, and particularly on the Next Gen project, which you referred to. The intent here would be to implement a separate set of systems for this business so that we're not commingling the liquor and cannabis data. So that would involve licensing as well as the, managing the product life cycle of the product so that liquor is able to fulfill their regulatory role. The good news is, the bad news is it's something new we haven't done before, so I'm sure there'll be challenges there. The good news is that implementing, greenfield new systems without having to replace something else is orders of magnitude more simple to do than changing out a complex system that's already running in a complex business. So I'm confident that, we collaborated on those numbers, and I'm confident that we're not exact, but we're within an order of magnitude.
Now, what do you anticipate as far as getting the system up and running and being able to fully function? Like 2 years, 1 year? What's your best shot as far as an estimate?
I'm not sure I could answer that. I think that as we get into the process of should this pass and should we get moving on getting the business up and running, then we'll be doing the procurements, and the procurements will help educate us on what the time frame. I'm just a educated guess, I'd say between a year and 2 years, somewhere in that range.
I don't have any further questions of the commissioner. Anybody else? Representative Ebel.
Thank you for coming. So just, could you talk a little bit about, as far as IT costs, isn't it true that to the extent our systems is similar to others, it'll be less expensive to develop our IT, and if it's completely different, it's more, and how does that affect the cost?
Well, it is true that systems where requirements, compliance with complex requirements inside federal or state statute can drive complexity, which also drives cost. And then changing it frequently also drives costs, right? So if we end up having we implement something and 4 years later we create a different set of requirements or increasing requirements, then that drives complexity, which drives both upfront cost in terms of implementing it into the systems as well as maintaining it on an ongoing basis. There are vendors out there who are in this business already. If I'm thinking that if our model ends up being close to one of those, we may be able to go right out of the box with one of those systems. If not, but I'm not saying that to influence what is passed, but rather just a statement of what I think will happen.
Further questions of the commissioner? Seeing none, I really appreciate your being here, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
So I guess I'll ask him after if that means the same sort of traceability issues and that sort of thing, so that we can figure out what to align best. But I'll catch you afterwards on that, and I'll let you guys in.
So I see in the new version, I didn't happen to find the breakdown of where the funds were going. In the original version, you had like 65% going here and then another 5% going there. I didn't see that in the new draft. Have you taken that out?
On page 33.
No, that's still within there in the
Oh,
draft.
okay,
yeah.
because I was looking at your marked up page 33, but I'm looking at the corrected one, so I see. It's still there, but this is,
This is an amendment to the original bill, I believe.
well, this is the one we got today that was the markup. That's
So
what-
we have, so I had that yellow one previously, but this one that I had emailed you last night that has the grayed out areas,
Yeah.
it just grays out the areas that have been amended so that anything that's not is remaining.
Okay, because I saw the second one here, the 15-page document. I thought you would scale this 37-page document down to 15, so I apologize for that.
And that would be
I
nice.
was hopeful, you know, I was hopeful.
I would love that lower regulatory touch, but that's not something that the state is ready for at this point. And quite honestly, it probably may not be because it is a complex topic.
Now, the representative from Dairy knows I've asked the NCSL to do a deep dive in this whole situation, and we'll have that information for our next meeting. So I'm already learning some interesting facts that I didn't know, but so we are going to meet on this, excuse me, this bill next week. There is an amendment coming forward that we will see today that Representative McGuire is going to offer, and the clerk's office has ruled that it's kind of non-germane based on what we've been given. So we will have a hearing next Wednesday in full finance at 11 p.m. Did I say p.m.? You know, I'm certain it's about p.m., you know, because we're going to be here all day before that, but no, 11 a.m. Are there any more questions for?
Yeah, I wanted to go back to page 33 if I could.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. So we'll skip over the 65% and go to 10% for the Community Reinvestment Fund. Why is that in there?
Yes, that is created within this so that we can make sure that there is some money going back to our communities for sewers, for other things, so that we can support the communities that that really need some help. So water and sewer expansion projects, legal aid for expunsion of cannabis convictions, grants to assist farmers entering the cannabis market, and cannabis-related research and development. These are all areas that, as there's more understanding and more that is happening within the market, that's good to have the research and development. But honestly, I think one of the biggest parts is that one of the challenges we have for new housing development is the lack of new water and sewer, and being able to help in that, especially if you're doing this and helping out communities so that they can have more water and sewer and build more homes, that is a big benefit. And we want to make sure that we're bringing community benefit as well, beyond just the fact that we don't want more mothers having their sons have cannabis that they bought on the street that was contaminated with fentanyl. Let's also address some of the real world issues that we can do with state funds.
Further
Well,
question,
yeah, I think we probably have water, sewer stuff elsewhere in the state. Okay, so let's go on to, so this is a new fund. I didn't realize now. So
Yes,
this-
that is
this
created on the bottom of page
Yeah.
33.
Yeah, I see that now. All right, good. So let's go on to the next one. Well, we've already talked about the next one. Number 4, 5% for broad aid to municipalities where they have a store, right? Okay, so this is a kickback similar to meals and rooms rentals tax, I
Yes,
guess, right?
as opposed to the idea of just taking 1% of whatever is collected off the top and giving it to the communities. This depending on the tax rate, I know it's not going to be called a tax, but depending on that rate, it's close to the same by delivering that 5% back.
Okay. And then next one, public safety, for drug recognition experts and driving enforcement and so on. Okay. Do you think this bill causes such problems?
No, I think that most of the people who may not use cannabis in the most responsible manner don't really care whether it's legal or not when they purchase it. If you don't care about consuming and driving, you probably don't care about whether or not it's legal within the state. So that will help address a problem that we already have in our communities.
Okay, so, and then the
Yeah.
last one is the HHS Children's Behavioral Health. Is that just another, nice to have kind of thing?
Well, I mean, that's one of the areas when you look at it. And if you have children that have ongoing issues, they may be more likely that if they haven't addressed those as they become adults, they may choose to self-medicate with something. And rather than dealing with people trying to deal with a problem, let's try and make sure that we're addressing our kids and making sure that we're taking care of them, especially because this is the sort of thing that can be used for our more intensive children that need more help and are the ones that really are most at risk for negative lifetime outcomes.
Okay. So let me just say, in general, I'm opposed to all of this kind of automatic spending. Our job as the Finance Committee is to take the state's financial resources and allocate them to the current needs of the state. And we do this, every 2 years, and I think, reasonably well. And all of these kind of people, the behavioral health and the drug and alcohol program, and et cetera, they all come to us with their needs, and we balance those with our resources. And putting specific numbers, we don't know that 5% or $5 million or any particular number today is the number that's needed 5 years from now, right? Or even next year. And so what this does is it gives the people that spend this money an expectation that I will be getting X for my program. And often we have to change X to something else, and it just adds to the angst of the whole situation. So I'm personally just, this is discussion, but I'm opposed to all this kind of stuff.
With that, my question would be, in something that you don't know the size of the market, how do you know how much to give for the drug recognition experts and others?
Right, but we certainly know that better the year before we need it than we do today when there's not going to be any sales for 2 years. You see what I mean? So saying these are round numbers, 5%, 10%. The right number is probably 6.7%, or some, not percents, but some number of millions of dollars. And so we certainly, the year before we need to spend the money, that's the best time to decide how to spend the money, not today. Right.
And I look forward to working with you when it's no longer federally prohibited, just to put it right into general funds, if that's the best idea.
Further questions for Representative Leon? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to call on Representative McGuire to offer his amendment.
Right. So I think this is.
And again, we will be holding a public hearing on this amendment.
Oh, he hasn't handed it out. Okay.
Yeah. Next
right.
Wednesday.
Yeah. It's crazy. All right. Would you like me to sit over there, or?
No.
Okay. All right. So this is. Let me just talk about slightly what's going on behind the scenes. Is that we're in discussions with both the Senate, in particular Senator Abbas, and the governor's representative, Harold Parker, over what their requirements are for this kind of legislation. And the political reality is that in any situation, any negotiation, it's the person who cares the least who has the most power. Okay? The one who's willing to walk away is the one who can make decisions in any negotiation. And traditionally in this area, that's the governor. With the Senate being secondary and the House tertiary, because we pass things year after year after year, and it stops somewhere along the way in those other bodies. So because they want this the least, they essentially have the most political power. So this amendment is the one handed to me by Senator Abbas, and he created it in close consultation with the governor. Now, just before this hearing, I hear from Senator Abbas, there are more changes coming. So this is the basic structure they want, but there's going to be, you know, detail this, detail that, other changes. And if you want to ask me personally if I think this is the best way to handle this situation, the answer is no. But if you ask me, do I think the amendment from Representative Leon will get through the next two steps, the answer is also no, right? So I believe them when they tell me this is what they want and very little changes from this are possible. Now, the amendment as it comes to us, specifically among, and I read off those requirements from them last time, right? But among those requirements are not the financial aspects, right? So the stuff we have just been talking about, the 10%, the 5%, all that kind of stuff, those are not, as far as I can understand, key to those other people. So those are things we certainly can change, and I'll just do it, I guess, if that's the sense of the committee. I mean, what's the sense of the committee as far as those items are concerned? Do you agree with me that budgeting should not happen in the RSAs, it should happen in our committee? I see some nodding, not so sure, shrugs. Okay. So, when I come up with that is not a key feature for those other groups, as far as I can understand. So I would remove those things. Okay.
So I did reach out to the governor today and invited him to join us at 1 o'clock, but I don't see him there yet. So, but there are a number of things, and again, we're going to discuss this at a public hearing next week, but some of the things that come to mind that are non-budgetary, and this is the senator, when he was here, he said he wanted people to be charged with a misdemeanor if they were caught for a second time. He said that was a line in the sand for him. How do you feel about that particular?
I strongly dislike that. Okay, so my attitude on this whole thing. So, all right, let's go back to my original comment about when you don't care, you have more negotiation ability. So for the past 15 years, up to 2 weeks ago, I was in the camp of I'll vote for whatever it is, right? I'm in favor of liberalization of this area. But now I've started to actually read these bills, and they're full of junk, like what you just mentioned. So I'm moving toward the don't care category, and therefore maybe have more say. I don't know, but the point is, this particular thing really does bother me, because I don't want, as part of a liberalization effort, to have more people in jail for cannabis than we have today. I mean, it doesn't make any sense at all, right? And so the situation today is really not that bad, because it's all either violations or maybe Class B misdemeanor, which is fine only, and essentially not only that, but the law enforcement is not enforcing it, right? So I spoke to police in my town, and they tell me that 20 years ago they were making 400 arrests a year of all kinds in my town, and today it's about 125. And a big difference is cannabis. They used to, if they saw a pipe in your car and it had a little sticky residue in it, okay, you're going to jail, you know. But today they don't even bother. You know, you could have a shopping bag from Maine, you know, they don't care, right? So, so not only is it only a violation today, but it's a not enforced violation for the most part. So going back to a Class A misdemeanor, I mean, that's really silly. But you know, so I would take that out if it was up to me.
Representative Griffin, some comments?
I guess my comment is, this isn't really our amendment. This is an amendment of the other body, so-called. And I don't know what business we have with it. I don't know why we're doing it.
Can I? I'll explain. All right, let me explain. So the thing is, what the other body can do, or as I understand it, is they can pass this, whatever we give them on the floor, okay? But they can't debate, you know, this fund, that fund, 10%, 5%, misdemeanors, all this kind of stuff on the floor of the Senate, right? And they can't debate it. Obviously, you can't debate with the governor. It's a yes or no. So if we're going to get into details on what might actually pass, this is the place. This is almost the only place where that can happen. And so if you don't want sort of a back room, take it or leave it, these are the features kind of thing, if you want to actually talk about specifics, it has to be here in public, and that's what I would prefer to see happen. So that's why we're doing it this way.
Further comments, Jerry?
No, that answered my question, I think. I'm not for all those separate funds, that's for sure.
So I have a question, Representative McGuire. As we saw when the senator was here a week ago, the amount of money they're looking for is substantially higher than the bill that is in the House. And I'm just seeing it now, page 37 of the numbers on, starting on line 27. 9.6 million, 8 million, 500,000. I think it adds up to about $18 million. Do we have 37 at the bottom line, 27?
Yeah, so those are 2-year numbers, I think, versus a 1-year number. Those are 2-year. One is
for 2024, June of 24.
Right, but that's the first year, which I think is equivalent to this other bill. The other one is for the next year, and 2025, right? So, whereas I think the current bill is just for the 1 year, right? And then there would be more coming the next year. Yeah.
The in the first bill, the House position is 8 million for 25. In this bill, they've got 9 million for 24 and 8 million for 25.
Right. And that's, oh, okay.
I guess, and I'm following up on what you said earlier, which I certainly agree with, that we have a responsibility to manage the state's funds as best we can, and there's a lot of money here at stake.
Absolutely.
Before we receive even a dime of profit.
Right. So it looks like this bill accelerates the startup of this program. You see what I mean? Because in
It's
Representative
June 24 for
June of 24, right? Whereas Representative Leon's doesn't spend the 8 million until June
25.
of 2025.
But are we saying that the amendment you're offering at the first year will be 9.6 and the second year 8 million?
That's what it sounds like.
That's what it looks
Yeah.
like to me.
So I'm assuming that the source of these numbers is the liquor commission, so we could maybe ask him some details.
He's shaking his head.
No? No? Okay.
We won't put you on the spot today.
All right, I'll try to answer that question in more detail or get.
Yeah, if you could have
get
that
some-
for a
yes.
public
Yeah, good
hearing
point.
at the next, because that's a
Absolutely.
significant amount of
Absolutely.
money difference.
Yes, yeah.
And I don't disagree with Representative McGuire on the percentages for funds. I think anyone that comes before us should make a request and have a budget before we just hand out 5% or 35%, whatever. There should be a budget. There's a lot of money there too,
Yeah,
for
Yeah.
potentially.
but I'll ask about that, yeah.
Further questions of Representative McGuire and his amendment? Chairman Weiler?
I mean, we're sort of jumping the gun on
Yeah.
the non-germane.
If there are any questions, we try to get them answered before next Wednesday, but.
Yeah.
Representative Cambrels, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What percentage fee is in this bill for that the state would get?
Yeah, let's find it.
Because,
Because ours is like, what, 10%? And this is
yeah,
12?
and,
Yeah, I
and
think
al-
it's slightly higher.
and I believe, in Representative Land's bill, it was 10% and it would be waived for people that had medical use. But I don't believe that's the case here. I believe
Yeah.
that they would not waive it for medical
And
use.
I believe that that's sort of a detail that we can get into, that it wasn't in the governor's list of must-have kind of things, right?
Yeah.
So,
My issue being that if it's higher, I believe I saw a figure of 12.5%. That's, again, non-competitive in my opinion. And also, if they're going to charge the medical users, that's kind of another, I don't think that would be right for medical use to charge them and make money off of that, so.
sure.
Representative Ebel.
Are there ATCs in the Senate version? Is there a pathway for ATCs in the Senate version?
I think so, yeah. No?
I haven't read it through yet.
Yeah, I haven't, I'm, didn't focus on that part. So let's see.
So I would encourage anybody that's out here today to come next Wednesday. Chairman Weiler is generally very receptive to questions. And then the division will hold a work session after the public hearing, and we'll take all sorts of policy questions at that time and budgetary questions.
Yeah, when you read multiple bills,
Gets a little confusing.
the details tend to, was this in this one or not in that one, and, all that kind of stuff. That's why we do those side by side.
Mr. Hoffman, I see you smiling. Do you really want to put together a side-by-side or?
I haven't started.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It just needs cleaning up, but I'm not sure how to do all three.
No,
So
I'll
think
answer
of-
that question.
I'll think
next
about
time.
that for next week.
Okay, thank you.
So
Representative Griffin.
I have a procedure question. So the hearing next week's for a non-germane amendment. So when is Representative McGuire's new
This is it.
amendment to the amendment? No, but you want to change the percentages, right?
I'll go, Joe, go ahead, Joe.
I would say once we have the hearing on this non-germane amendment, we can then make amendments to the non-germane.
Yeah, well,
amendment in our
that's
work
what I was
session.
trying to clarify. That was my thought too.
Yep.
I know some of you have come a long way. Knows anything that someone wants to add? I'm sure Commissioner Malika would love to speak to us now. A question though for you, has anybody approached you about fiscal note for this new amendment, or? I know there was some numbers that have been thrown out there, but is there no, Mr. Hoffman? Okay. All right, thanks. All right, well, we'll probably see you all next Wednesday at 11 a.m. I want to thank the gentlelady from Derry for her hard work, and see you next week.
I predicted 2 o'clock.
No, you weren't too bad.